No warning. Didn't even freeze. Just shut down without me. Don't ask me why. I don't know. Vampy, thank you very much for that resub. A tier 1 potion with 23 months. So close to that second NPC for the world that I am about to completely tear down to Bedrock and rebuild, because it has needed it for some time, and with how I was feeling with the Duskfen game and all of the added stress, the catalyst that was the fire and everything, it was time. It was time to rebuild it. It's been needing rebuilding for a while, but with the move and everything, like, suddenly it made sense to get everything set up and just do it. I've been meaning to do this for so long, and I thought I could do it while it was in motion, and it's a deeply frustrating choice, but
welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Miss Sugar Crush, thank you so much for getting a fresh potion this month. 27 heckin' months. Thank you so much.
That potion, Chen, yay potion.
Yeah, gotta refill that potion. Thank you for the hydrate. Welcome in, Cade. But welcome in, everybody, to me streaming on location. It's a wild time. But I have a bunch of tasks that I need to do today before I get started on the world building stuff, but then we're gonna be doing all the things, and it's gonna be interesting. So we did schedule, we did all the things. Of course, I just started a new stream today, because my OBS crashed. So thank you again to World Anvil for the sponsorship this month. And Spirit City crashed in the background too. Cool. My favorite. Both programs crashed, and Steam. We fixed the lag, and now everything crashes. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted, right? And my PNG tuber crashed. Everything crashed. I might just close that out for the day. I do prefer it. I do prefer it, but... Ugh. Alright. I'm still waiting for Steam to get back up, because I want to have Spirit City in the background. Who are you fighting? What are we fighting? I don't know what fighting is happening. Oh, gremlins? I see. I see. Beautiful. I don't think it's going to war. I think it's just rolling over. I think it's decidedly unwarlike. Because it's just giving up on life. Is the unfortunate part. No give up, only endure. I would like that. I would like that a lot. Steam! Steam, I saw you open, or try to. Where are you now? Where are you, GameCon? I cannot find you. Why is Discord opening right now? Absolutely not. Why is Adobe Creative Cloud open? I don't even want you on my computer, Adobe. That's probably part of the reason I'm having issues. Horrible. Alright, Steam. Steam was open, and now it's broken. Thank you for the clip. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Alright. Okay, can I have Steam now? Can we do that? Steam be a bro? Why are we encouraging Steam to be a bro? I have many questions. Alright, that can all close. Ugh. Why is Cortana running? Gross. Oh well. Alright. Do I get to have Spirit City now? I finally have Steam. It says it's running. Where is it running? Cannot access printer. What do you mean cannot access printer? See how I am touching it. Oh, there it is. It's loading now. Alright. Well, now, nearly an hour later, I'm gonna start the timer. Maybe. OBS, you calm down. Alright. So, 20-minute timer to start. I'm going to mute my microphone, hopefully fix the rest of this shenanigans. And I will chat with you all shortly. Good luck on your tasks. right as I was about to get super serious about my piece of pizza, the timer goes off. Perfect. Love it. Love to see it. Oh, goodness. But I got a little snack, which is good. Helps the brain move. Because I'll tell you, I did not get the best sleep last night. I'm getting better sleep. But I did not get the best sleep last night. I have a feeling that the dog was staring at me all night long. Because the dog that I am house sitting for is used to getting snuggles. Is used to sharing a bed. And I have been sleeping on the couch because it's comfortable. And I think the dog might be a little bitter at me for not giving snuggles. Pizza soup does sound good, Vampy. Also, how have you been? I haven't caught you in chat in a while. I hope you're doing well, or at least as well as you can hope for. I know, I am a criminal. I am a criminal for not wanting to share my bed. Okay, here's the thing. Generally speaking, if I had a dog... Hello, noob. Welcome in. If I had a dog, my dog would not be in the bed with me. Dog has dog bed. Dog can share other places. But bed space, for me, is a human space. This is not what this dog is used to. Which is fine. But I'm not going to punish the dog by sleeping in a space that it usually shares with a human being and not allowing it into the bed that it normally sleeps in. So I am breaking habit of the human that lives here, but I am not going to punish the dog by trying to kick it out of the bed that I am sleeping in because I don't sleep with animal. So, you know, that's how that goes. Yeah, dog gets bed. Exactly. And the dog is welcome to sleep on the bed anytime it wants, just without me in it. And so I think it's still kind of given me the side eye because I am not... Any bed with a dog is the dog bed? Yes. It's true. Exactly, noob. Ramby says, I had 5 days of PTO plus 2 weekends and 2 holidays for 10 days of I don't give a fuck about anything. Binged a lot of TV and movies, played several games. I hope it was phenomenal. I hope you had a great time to unplug and do all the things. Honestly, that's a good idea, Cherney. Yeah, like, this is the dog's home, and I am just here temporarily. Like, if I had adopted this dog, or if this dog was in my home, then I would, you know, enact my boundaries as is appropriate to me. But this is this dog's home, and I am a guest here. So I'm not going to punish the dog in its own space for doing what it's used to doing in its own space. That's my take on it. Oh, goodness. All right. Brain. Brain can do brain things, I swear. I'm going to mark my mid-morning snack done, because I only have like 4 bites left of it. So we're going to mark that done. And I did update the channel points. And then my next task is figure out structure, order. And then my next task is learn how projects work in Super Sweet Bot. Because now is like the perfect time for me to figure that out. So, with all of that, I am going to mute my mic again so that I can focus in on my tasks. Good luck, everybody. And we're going to do a couple more work blocks in a row and then take a stretch break. Good luck. Well, that 25 minutes just went by like the wind. Goodness gracious. I have so much that I am trying to get through here. I have the beginnings of a list. Which is good. I'm not nearly as far along as I wanted to be in that 25 minutes, but here we are. One of the big things that I know that I want to include is planetary system, and I've already been playing with that vaguely. And it's not like I need it to have a lot of detail, at least for the systems that I'm going to be starting with. But I want to include some kind of idea of the, like, early religion and mythos on Earth that we have recorded includes a lot of planetary inspiration. Right? At least the ones that we learn about in school. There's a lot of other early religion stuff that does not include that, but it's one of the things that I want to start with because there's so many components to it. So I want to have an outline understanding of what my planetary system is going to look like, where Pantheon might overlap with the planetary system, and that will also inform my calendar to a certain extent, right? Which will be good. What? I'm sorry. Am I giving you enough attention today? Is there not enough attention? You silly goober. Yeah. So, it's one of those things, like, and there are certain assumptions that we make, right, about the planetary systems that we are playing in. Where the world is going to behave in a certain way, right? Like, the way the seasons unfold assumes a planetary tilt in its rotation around the star, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't do that. Otherwise it wouldn't do that. So, kind of just stuck to the calendar we know, yeah. Well, and like my, yeah, Spelljammer, all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff that might exist because of that, right? Like, imagine if there was a species that lived on Jupiter that could have interplanetary travel, and we just thought of it being a different plane. But I will also point out, D&D mechanics assume that the world is flat. Did you know that? And stationary in space. But at the very least, flat. Wait, what? Yes. So, I'm sorry, I'm not penning you enough. The assumption in D&D is that the world is a flat disk because, and the easiest way that you can demonstrate this is with a immovable rod. Because according to the rules, it clicks stationary in space. Not relative to the surface. Not, not relative to anything. Just stationary. Which means, if the Faerun plane was moving, yeah, time travel and teleportation fairly well assume a stationary and likely flat world. Yes. Time travel depends on a number of things. Planes are flat in geometry too. Yes. Hi, Nob Nob! But yeah, that's suspected to be part of the reason why when we see the planes in illustration, they are illustrated in vertical relation to one another, as if they were actually higher and lower planes. Could be a lot more complex, but just spoken about as immovable. I mean, yes, in world. The thing is that that's how it's written in the rule set, which is above table. There's also cosmology in the actual setting that suggests that the plane is in fact a disk. But there's your little brain bender for the day. I hope you enjoy it. In the meantime, our timer has started, which means that we've got less than 25 minutes on the clock, and it is time to get some more work done. So, especially because I have now been abandoned for not petting enough. So, I will chat with you all soon. We're going to do one more work block and then take a stretch break, and I will chat with you then. Who said? Who said it could go that fast? Rude. Alright, y'all. It is time for an actual stretch break. Time to get up, get moved around. Move your body. As Cheshire Pope says, wiggle the flesh. So, get yourselves up, stretch, refill your water. I need to refill my water. And we'll be back with some more co-working coming up shortly. So, I will see you all after the break. Enjoy, hopefully, some words on stream. Then we'll be back after this. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had yourself a good stretch break. Got yourself up, moved around, refilled your water, which I did, and then left it over there. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? Because I'm distracted and I am not at home, and so everything is weird. Ugh. But, hello! Hello, TK. Hello, Catnip Ninja. It's good to see you both. And everybody else who came in over the break. Oh, goodness. All right. So, we're going to hop back in, do a little more regular co-working here, and then we're going to do some world building discussion here because I have to rebuild everything from Bedrock. I'm still going to be keeping a lot of notes. A lot of the stuff that has already been introduced into the world is going to at least be present in some way, but a lot of things for me are needing some reworking, and so I'm needing to basically go through everything and rework all the things in the entire world. So that's what I'm working on today. Whatever it is you are working on today, I hope it goes well. And it's been a wild time, and I am still like, this is not a task I want to be doing. It's a task that I know I will benefit from doing, and it's a task that I have attempted to do in a lot of other ways for a very long time, and because of everything else that was going on and the catalyst of the move and everything, I was like, all right, we're gonna stop and rework all this stuff that has needed to rework. Because I must. It has been needing to happen for a very long time, and so now I'm finally doing it. And for that, I am proud of myself. But also, it's just constant screaming. And so because of that, like, I'm constantly fighting my urge to procrastinate on the project. But I don't know. Arden, oh no, I just forgot to let the tea strain out of Billy's tea bag when I was taking it, so now I've dripped ridiculous amounts of tea on the counter. Rip. Rip. Churney, did you get younger again, or did you maybe get a haircut? Neither. Though I have been accused of being Dorian Gray previously in my life. So maybe it's that? I don't know. Could also just be that I am in a very naturally lit room right now, and so there is more light in a different fashion, and the camera is higher, which is apparently supposed to be better for youth, which is why there is the ongoing millennial meme of the, like, high camera selfie thing. Constant screaming is a mood. Truly. I don't know when I get to stop screaming. I hope it's soon. Because, boy howdy, am I getting tired of it. But we're doing our best. Is not the best. Am I a fae? Probably not. I am a cryptid. Probably not a fae, though. Pretty sure you legally have to tell me if you're a fae. I don't think that's how that works. In fact, I think it's much more likely to be the opposite. But all of that being said, and having said that, it is time to get some actual work done. So, get yourselves some tasks onto the task list. I am going to mute myself so that I can stay focused. And I will chat with all of you at the end of the next Quirk block. Good luck! there was a stranger. I don't know how many of you were actually watching the screen just now when I got up unexpectedly. But there was a knock on the door. And it was a delivery that was expected. But, you know, dog being dog went absolutely wild because there was a stranger. So I had to cope with that real quick. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for telling me. You goober. You goober. Hi. But that took like 15 minutes of my work block, but I saw a ghost. I mean, it was my empty chair. Yeah. Yes. It's much lighter than my normal one, for sure. But yeah, it's an adventure every day. Doing them best. Yeah. But yeah, completely derailed my train of thought. I have no idea what I was working on before that. Very silly bean. Very silly bean. Yeah, we'll get there though. It's alright. We'll get there. But yeah. No chill now. Only radar ears. Only radar ears. That's a tidy task list. Get that all set up nice. Also, if you're just coming in, don't forget to grab your torch for the day. We are going to do a little bit more chatting here shortly. Figure some things out. But we're going to do one more work block here before we do that. Goodness. Hydrate. All right. I guess. Probably a good idea. I also switched over to an electrolyte packet instead of more caffeine. A, because I don't have any more caffeine made. And B, because I have a bit of a headache and I'm wondering if it's because of the electrolytes. So, you don't want to die straight, do you? No. Not really. Not really. I don't know though. If this headache continues, I might have to cut early, like I did yesterday, unfortunately. Because migraine times is not a good times. And what if I do hurt it? Nom nom. What if I do die straight, huh? Then what? My favorite, though, is still Hail Hydrate. With the Hydra octopus head. That's still my favorite. Cracks me up. Cracks me up. Time to be productive again! Heck. Alright. Good luck, everybody! I will chat with you in 25 minutes. Alrighty. I think that this puts us up with an actual stretch break. So we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna talk a little bit about some of the upcoming world building and see what comes of it. I think the worst thing about having my my keyboard processor be so behind right now is that it... Oh, that was fun. So I went and did some spell check, and I clicked the cursor just as it was about to change a different word, and so then it replaced the word that I clicked on with the correct spelling of the first word. Not what I needed. Not what I needed. Sure is doing its best. It's not the best, but it's doing it. Alright, let's hit save changes here. And hopefully it saves. But, my friends, it is time for a proper stretch break, so I will leave you all with some words on stream. I'm going to stretch my leggies, and we will get up, get moved around, and refill our water. And when we come back, we'll chat a little bit about world building and all of the wild things that will come from this massive rewrite that I'm doing. So, I'll catch you all in a little bit. Enjoy the words on stream. Check out World Anvil over the break, which is the tool that I am using for all of this, and a fantastic supporter of the stream. And I will see you all in a little bit. Good luck with words on stream. This computer tries so hard. So hard, and then fails. It sure is doing its best. Hello and welcome in to all of you lovely folks who came in over the stretch break. I hope you enjoyed the words on stream. I am not 100% sure how much longer I'm going to go today because it is trying to fry my brain today. Everybody pat Cherney's computer and tell it what a great job it's doing. Yes. It sure is trying its best. It's not the best, but it's trying. So, we've got some stuff going on today. We've got a bunch of stuff that I am trying to make function here. What just had a conniption fit? Why? Good. Excellent. Perfect. Exactly what I needed to break just now. One moment. Well, I was going to chat about the world building stuff, and then Firefox decided that it could not bear to be. So, let me fix that really quickly. But I am currently in the middle of the rewrite for the homebrew world that Mountain Shade Village is set in, and Duskfen is set in, and a whole bunch of other things. And I am trying to get all of that reworked so that eventually I can start running games again. Because it's deeply frustrating to me that I have not been able to run games as much as I would like to. Firefox is installing updates now. How helpful. Thank you so much, Firefox. So helpful. Thank you for the clip, Arden. But yeah, so as many of you may know, because I've talked about it for the last couple of days, I had to take a step back from running live games with everything else that's been going on, with the move, with a bunch of things that I have been wanting to get updated in the world. I came to the realization that I can't do both at the same time. I cannot both run games and rewrite the world in the way that I want to and cope with everything else that's going on right now. So I determined that my best option, instead of running a homebrew setting that has a lot of maintenance that needs to be done and a bunch of things that were flawed that need to be rewritten and updated for basically just a cross-check of all of the things that we pay more attention to now as TTRPGers, and deserve to, right? These are all things that deserve attention and deserve to be thought about from a world-building standpoint. I couldn't spend both time prepping for sessions and fixing the world setting. And so because of that, and because of all of the added stress that running games was putting into my schedule, I elected to step back from running the games, because I kind of need a functional world setting in which to run games. So we're going to do a bunch of reworking with the game setting, and then start running games again once I can get things framed out in a way that allows me to build piece by piece and session by session and table by table. Because of course, like, no world setting that is for TTRPGs is going to be complete until the players have space to add to it. You know, that's a huge component of a TTRPG homebrew world. And so it's not some novel that the players just kind of look at like a mural. It's a living thing that they're continually changing and interacting with. So basically what I am doing is stripping back a bunch of stuff that got built in a way that I'm not happy with anymore. I'm going back to the base structure on the world, and I am still going to be doing a good portion of top-down world building to start, and then I will be doing more of a bottom-up approach as I get closer to bringing players back to the table. So, establishing shot, and then close-up. That's what we're doing here. So we are currently looking at some of the more establishing components of the game itself and the world, and then once that gets settled, I'll be starting to bring in more things specifically to the individual table that I'm wanting to run, and then things will get fleshed out from there. But one of the things on World Anvil that I didn't even know was here for the longest time is the meta sheet, which is basically a place where you can collect all your overarching content about the world and put it into its own place. So like your inspirations for the world, what the scope of your world building is, the theme of your world, what it feels like, what your focus on writing is going to be, the main drama points of your world. And this doesn't even have to be displayed with the rest of your world on World Anvil. This can just be for you as the author to go through and look at. Or you can make it displayed publicly for everybody. All of my pages are taking a million years to open. But I keep forgetting that this is here because I didn't use it before. And I'm getting back into it now because I'm wanting to make sure that what I set out to do with the world in the first place continues through the writing process. And if those goals change, then I am making a cohesive progression into what the new goals are. So I'm trying to put in a lot more for this setup so that I can have a cohesive, like, overarching feel for the world. So for my players out there, for those of you who have played in Duskfen and in the world as a whole, I would love to know what were some of the things that you observed about the world and the storytelling and all of that kind of stuff. And what are things that you recognize, or maybe as I go through some of these blocks here, what are things that can use a little bit more of a boost to build that environment in a better way? Because there's lots of ways that can go. But that's kind of where I'm at right now. That's what I'm thinking about most with the rewrite. And I am very interested to know what y'all have. No! The timer was still going in the background. Rip. Rip, Reno. Heck. Let's see. Let me reset that. There we go. I know the little churny PNG tuber is so cute. Arden did such a great job. Truly. 100%. So, we're looking at this page here. I know the text is tiny. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Alright, so we have, this is the meta page, and it says keep track of why you're creating. Stay on track and make your world, campaign, or novel the very best it can be. It all starts with a little motivation. What is your motivation for building this world? Decide what the world is being built for, what it means to you, and that way it'll be fit for purpose. So why did I want to build a homebrew world? Example, I want to build an exciting world that indulges my passion for Age of Sail history in a D&D context. So, what falls into that category? One of the main reasons that I started building a homebrew is that I wasn't happy with any of the canonical D&D settings. So I wasn't satisfied with any of the canonical D&D settings and wanted to bring a new feel to interactive fantasy, inspired by some of my favorite media. What do you guys look for when you look for a fantasy setting of some kind? What is it that you most want to see in a world in order to feel like it's a place that you want to spend time in and a place that you want to develop a character in? For me, I look a lot at the way the rules of magic exist in a world and the way things unfold in terms of, to some extent, politics. I guess it falls under politics, but a lot of it is the overarching ability to enact change and interact with the politics in a world. It has less to do with the actual politics that I'm interacting with and more the ability to impact those systems, you know? New work block for us here, 25 minutes on the clock for those of you following along with the Pomodoros. So what is it that you as players look at the most? Arden says, my number one thing I look for in a fantasy world, can I interact with it and or be a buff muscle lady? I mean, being able to lean into the archetypes that you enjoy as a role player is very important. But also, how on earth can we exist without worlds where you can be a buff muscle lady these days? In this economy? Chaotic Nerd Boy says, mine is similar. Can I interact with the world and with a buff muscle lady? So you do not wish to be the buff muscle lady. You wish to interact with the buff muscle lady. I see. Hilarious. That was mostly a joke. I mean, it's a legit way to approach a table, you know? If you can't do the things that you want to do at the table, does it matter? You know, the same question interacts with any medium, right? Do people approach a TV show or a novel or what have you because they're looking for certain things that they can enact, right? You want to either interact with the buff lady or be the buff lady. I see. Yes. I mean, that tracks. That's solid choice. So, Arden and Nerd Boy, your main thing is if you can interact with the world. If it feels like you can interact with the world, you don't care what else is part of the component of the homebrew setting. You don't care if it's based off of certain medium, if it has certain themes, if it has certain creatures. As long as you can make an impact on the world, you're there. DK says dragons always get me interested. So that's an interesting point. Like, is that a selling point of like, hey, this campaign has dragons in it? That means that you want to be part of the campaign. Because I don't know. Is that a selling point? Is that something that I should be including in my pitch? Can I be gay in this world? That's a good one. That is a good situation to consider. So can I interact with the world? Nerd Boy, what's one that you have specifically? What do you think is one of the most unique things that you look for at a table? Can I interact with the world? Can I be gay in the world? Are there dragons? Ah, yes, Council of Worms. If it's on the book cover, I'll probably buy it. Dragons rule. I mean, you ran into some dragons this last weekend, TK. For me, I appreciate turn-based activity that is not just combat, but unique takes on combat. Oh, so like initiative that's not combat-based. Which isn't necessarily a homebrew world setting, but it is part of the table construction. Like a race or a cooking contest or an escape or a puzzle, yeah. Yeah. So it's a homebrew mechanic, not necessarily a homebrew world thing, per se. Not that that's a bad mechanic to look at, for sure. Can I be chaotic in an acceptable way? DK, can you expand on that idea a little bit? I think I know where you're going with that, but I'm not 100% sure. I understand. I don't think I understand the scope of that. Arden says, I also like it when we're able to mix humor and seriousness. A world where you can joke around and be a little chaotic at times, but then pull back and handle realistic topics and emotions. Ooh! So, how can I distill that into a sentence? Is there a balance of whimsy and grit? I feel like Great British Bake Off has that, at least from what I saw from you GMing. Oh, the turn-based activities that are not combat? Yeah. There's a bunch of those. I was actually thinking about adding in a mechanic from Good Society players when I bring Duskfen back up to full muster. Yeah, Draw Steel has a ton of cool stuff going on. Also, hi Delport! It's good to see you back in chat. I hope you're well, or at least as well as you can hope for. Opportunities to really engage with unique PCs and experiences. How do you define that specifically? Or what is it about NPCs and experiences that makes them unique, unlike every other individual portrayal? Right? Like, any game runner's game is going to be unique to the next game runner's game. So, like, what makes them unique NPCs and experiences that give you draw? Oh, okay. So, do you have opportunity to be chaotic in a way that helps the party and plot? Okay, so can I be chaotic in a story beneficial way? All right, I got you. That makes sense. Yeah, Catchy Cantrips has some wonderful combinations of whimsy and chaos over there. Absolutely delightful. You sent them their new Nerf guns? Oh my gosh. Yeah. I need to reach out to them again. It's been a while since I was able to chat over there. I have just been so busy. Nerdboy says, I think for me, more personality than just, here's me helping or hindering your path forward. There was an NPC Jostle made who sold magical tea, for example. I like NPCs that provide choice to the players rather than sandboxing them in. Okay, so you look for multi-dimensional NPCs. That have, like, actual motivations and personality, not just... Not simply just, like, here's your signpost. Enjoy your stay. Yeah. Yes, literally crossing the streams. For sure. But yes, I freaking love Catchy Cantrips. Delightful folks over there. Okay. What else? What else we got? What else are big things that we look for with sitting down at a table? Like, one for me is I want to see a structured magic system that has, like, universal rules. And I'm not talking about dice mechanics kind of rules. I'm talking about, like, the things that interact in your world, right? So, like, what sets apart the Witcher magic system from the Circle of Magic system, from Wizard's First Rule magic system, from, you know, Aragon magic system, from Narnia magic system. Like, what is it about the magic system on your world that drives how magic interacts, how magic is cast, where the energy for magic comes from? I want to see evidence of the like, physics, so to speak, of your magic system. I don't need a lot of it. I don't need it to be super in depth, but I want something that I can latch onto and be like, aha. So magic acts like this in this world. But that's amazing, Nom Nom. Season 1 of Dungeons & Daddies had a librarian NPC That the GM thought that the players would get a book with the answer to their big problem, but instead they got random books for smaller problems that the characters had, based on the players choosing that outcome for their interaction with the NPC. Amazing. You want a setting that's aware of its own genre and has a strong sense of its identity? I mean, not from a meta sense. Like, I want the game runner to have an internal, like, structure for that. But that doesn't mean that the characters within the world would have thoughts about how their world is, you know, a gilded fantasy or something like that. Arden says, personally, I'm a big fan of anachronisms in the fantasy setting. I think they're funny. Anachronisms can be really interesting. How much... What is that? Like, knowing how much... like, anachronistic and like, anti-setting. So, like, you know, fantasy coffee shop. Or fantasy market. You know. That kind of stuff can be well suited to a setting, and it can also be very incongruous. Right? So, like, how well does a setting adhere to the possibility of an isekai? Or is it a tied setting? Like 10th Kingdom, for example, where you have somebody who is actively from our world and has imbued vocabulary from the earthly setting into this fantasy world. I'm still thinking about your question, though, Delport, because I do like settings that go through the process of the world building to have rules and adhere to them. Because it makes it so that if the players break the world rules, it means something. You know? For example, when Rapunzel is contacting the Blue Fairy with a psychic connection, I flavor it as if she's making a phone call, even though phones don't exist in Romithra. I appreciate that as a player a lot. I wonder if stuff like that is written into the world or if it has to develop organically. Because that's such a meta humor. Like, is it something that you can prime into your world, or is it something that must develop in the moment at the table? Delport says, I don't mean the characters at all, so it's not meta-knowledge of the characters, or it's not self-referential. When reading a book, the beliefs and decisions of the author always color how the world itself functions. The ideas of right and wrong, likeliness of random chance, etc., in a way that we don't see in the real world. Any fictional setting must have some assumptions about how chance, fate, behavior work. I've found it very unsatisfying when presented with a world that pretends not to have those assumptions, or in which the presenter of the world cannot see it. Okay, so... I mean, even in the real world, there are assumptions about how those things work. Because we have psychology, and sociology and religion that dictate to us as societies what those assumptions are. In a fictional world, you have the advantage of it being a single author who is making those dictations for the world in general. But so is this something that you are looking for, or that you are trying to describe what I am looking for in a world? I think it was something that more developed organically. Absolutely. Certainly in your case, Arden. My question is that something that must develop organically, or is it something that can be written ahead of time? Because I'm not sure. For example, in some stories, good always triumphs in the end because of the kind of stories being told. In other stories, that's intentionally presented as a naive or non-constructive perspective. Oh yeah, absolutely. And like one of the things that we'll get to here in a little bit is the overarching world genre, right? Which I'm not sure. I waffle back and forth between Noble Bright and Gilded, because I feel like Gilded allows for a little bit more space for heroes to make a difference. Well, at the moment, Delport, I'm trying to discover what those things are. Like, what components make the worldview. Like, what is it that people are looking for when they sit down at a table? And what type of world it is, whether it's, you know, Noble Bright or Gilded or Gray or post-apocalyptic or, you know, any of those things, it might be a draw or a deterrent for a player. And it's absolutely something that deserves to be on the label, so to speak, so that folks can choose whether that's going to be a place that they approach or not. Right? Thank you for the hydrate. I think with the anachronisms, it depends on how wacky you want your world to be. World that leans towards more humorous will have anachronisms baked into the world building, but a world that leans more grit will have them develop organically in the lighter moments, like seasoning. I like that. I like that a lot as a description. I think that makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways, which I appreciate. But where's my know your worlds scale? I have it here somewhere. And of course now my computer's going to have a identity crisis because I'm asking it to think too hard. But somewhere out there, I found it on Reddit, I think. There is a infographic that is titled "Stop! Know Your Worlds." And it reads at the top, well, aren't all dimensions pretty much the same when you think about it? No! As a matter of fact, this is a common misconception that most often does not end well for any rookie Aetheronaut. The multiverse is astounding, but it also highly varied, highly dangerous, and will not play by your home dimension's rules. Keep this chart in mind and tread lightly as you board your cruiser and set out on your journey into the infinite. And it's a long list of types of worlds. It is titled at the bottom, The Ministry of Subethereal Affairs, so this may be a reference to a material that I am not familiar with. But it's super helpful from a world building standpoint because it talks about a lot of different styles of worlds and the assumptions of those worlds, right? So we have, for example, divine realms, where evil, suffering, and death are foreign concepts, usually populated by benevolent higher power and those accepted inside, and it is inaccessible without prior blessing from said higher power. At the other end of the spectrum, we have damnatory realms, where there is no joy, relief, or mercy for anyone unfortunate enough to wind up here, unguarded. Be it damned soul or an overconfident aeronaut, there is only suffering. Abandon all hope, you who enter here. And then in the middle, we have, like, gray worlds. And in theory, Earth would fall into the category of a gray world, comprising approximately 70% of known uninhabited realities, or known inhabited realities, in the central Euclidean metacluster, usually rest on the exact boundary of good and bad, with near infinite potential to choose between both, and as such, binary ideas do not provide many satisfying answers here. Not great, not terrible. So lots of in between there. This one has about a dozen variations on worlds, and I tend to live in the noble bright to gilded worlds realm, which is near gray, but noble bright is the assumption of good will triumph over evil, but there is still a lot of play in terms of what can kind of happen. What decisions the players make makes a lot of difference in terms of where the balance lies in the world. And for this chart, it is referenced to Narnia as a reference area. And then Gilded Worlds are the other side of Grey Worlds, where there is a shiny exterior over darkness. Very livable, lots of clear society, and there is plenty of corruption under the surface. So that is equated to Star Wars as a reference for that style of world. So lots of different options that are presented, and I definitely appreciate when a homebrew world kind of picks a genre to live in and generally adheres to that, but also similarly to kind of how I discern alignment, it's going to change with the actions of the players, right? The more you work towards a noble end or a villainous end, the more the world will change around you to accommodate that. I love Choices Matter games and always have. And so having a world build that accommodates that, I think, is really important in a lot of ways. So in that respect, Delport, I do absolutely want to know like what the genre is and want that to be cohesive in a way that makes sense. Because if it's not cohesive and if it doesn't follow its own rules, I get frustrated. Because that's deeply frustrating for me, because, you know, part of the assumption of a TTRPG is that we all know the same rules. And we know at least somewhat what the cause of our impact will be, or what the cause and effect will be. So that was kind of a long way to get back around to that, but there's that. Yeah. And like, I don't need it to be predictable. I don't need to know what's going to happen around every corner, and I don't want to know what's going to happen around every corner, but I need to be able to at least reasonably predict most things in terms of, you know, expecting that when I drop an apple out of a tree, it's going to hit the ground. There needs to be some basic assumptions, and part of the reason there needs to be some basic assumptions is because you need to be able to subvert those expectations on occasion to provide understanding of like when big things are happening and the rules of the universe are starting to unravel for one reason or another. If you don't know what the rules of the universe are, it just becomes an assumption that that's how your world works. I've been in games which tried to present themselves as realistic in reference to genre, and then I feel punished for not understanding genre expectations. Exactly! Exactly! And in order for something to be realistic, you need to know what the realism is. Like, if you don't know how magic behaves in a world, if you don't know that you need to be tapped into a ley line in order to get magic, in order to cast your spells, and then you just get told that you can't cast your spells for some unexplained reason, that's not fair. That's undermining your player's agency. And that's not useful to anybody. So, like, what was the point of making that arbitrary rule when you didn't give it to your players to obey in the first place? You know? What purpose did that serve? Not much of one, in my opinion. Not much of one. So, I don't know. But I think that's a pretty good list of stuff to start with here. Things to consider when coming to the table. Can I interact with the world? Can I be gay in the world? Are there dragons? Are there turn-based activities beyond combat? Can I be chaotic in a story-beneficial way? Is there a balance of whimsy and grit? Multi-dimensional NPCs with motivations and personality? Is there a structured magic system that has universal rules? Do choices matter in the world? One of the other ones that I like is, do you... Like, when it's D&D, it's not always D&D, but, like, mostly D&D, do you track inventory? I feel like that kind of granularity informs a lot about how a game is going to go. Because I love survival games. I'm sure this is a shock to all of you that I love survival games as much as I do. But one of the main components of survival games is tracking inventory. You have to pay attention to if you have the components to make the stuff that you need. Do you have the materials that you need to get from A to B? Do you need upkeep on your tools, on your vehicles, on any of that kind of stuff? Like, how much of that is important to the course of your story? Yeah, and if so, why? If you're not playing it as a survival game, why are you using those elements? And like, what purpose is that going to serve to you? Because part of it, for me, is like game balance. It comes into play a lot with game balance for me, especially when I'm playing D&D of late. Like, for example, one of the complaints that I have seen across the internet is that Goodberry is overpowered if you are running certain kinds of games, right? And I think it was Zoop Bradshaw who introduced me to the idea that you just consume the material components on casting, which is a sprig of mistletoe, by the way. So if someone in your party, the ranger, the druid, whatever, is casting Goodberry, a balance component is getting things set up to make sure that it's not being overcast. And making it so they have to collect mistletoe in order to cast Goodberry is a great way to balance out that mechanic, because then as a game runner, you have the opportunity to say, yes, you can find that component here, or no, you cannot find that component here. Or you can get that component from a merchant, but it's going to cost you more than you would like, or, you know, what have you. So then they have the opportunity to, you know, persuade or try to come back and steal it from the shop or whatever. And then it branches out into more adventures to say, here's the objective that you want, but you can't get to it easily. How do you solve that problem? You know? So why use inventory tracking? And there are games where it absolutely doesn't even matter. Like Good Society Players is a great example of this, where your main focus is on your social standing and your ability to navigate that situation. Your inventory is much less important. The physical effects, the props of a scene have so much less impact overall. So why would you need to have those components, you know? Ugh, knob. Rude computer. So yeah, like I 100% agree. Like, if you're tracking inventory, what purpose does that serve? And for me, I like having the component of, you know, your ability to plan ahead. You know, I like to illustrate the ability to plan ahead. And inventory tracking for me is a great way to do that. But it's not for everybody. Not everybody wants to go through that process. Which is fine, but it's also something that you should be able to find out from the beginning. In terms of if you're going to join a table or join a world, whether or not that's being implemented. Though I do think that that's more on the like session 0 table side of things than world building in its own way. But if you want to create a world that allows for that, then you need to include it in your details, whether it's, you know, if you are going to do these things. It's the same thing with the equipment list from 5e, right? The equipment list is so vestigial at this point because of the way people have started to play D&D. It's a much different environment than it used to be. But it used to be that you needed all of that equipment for a variety of reasons. Whereas now, a lot of things get shorthanded because the journey was not the purpose. In a lot of ways, older editions of D&D and older playstyles of D&D demanded that you have that level of... Who has the 10-foot pole? Yes. One's in chat if you know what a 10-foot pole is for and why you can't just take apart a ladder to do it. That was one of my favorite arguments back in the 3.5 days. Who in chat doesn't know why a 10-foot pole was on the equipment list? Two's in chat if you don't know why 10-foot pole is an important piece of equipment. Because I'm happy to explain it. To poke it with a stick. I mean, basically, yes. Basically, yes. So, the purpose of a 10-foot pole in terms of D&D and why it's on D&D equipment is because originally a lot of Dungeons and Dragons was you get dropped at whatever adventure location, like you get dropped right at the front of the dungeon, and you're gonna go in and do this dungeon crawl. Yeah, the door is so clearly trapped I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, basically. So a 10-foot pole was used to tap test floor tiles, walls, ceilings for traps in order to figure out if there were traps. And so a 10-foot pole was a specific piece of equipment for that purpose in order to help track down traps. And so you would have a rogue go ahead of you using a 10-foot pole searching for traps in a dungeon. That's what the 10-foot pole is for. D&D has too many rules and rolling mechanics for my kids. I've been gathering people for Daggerheart. I am looking forward to switching over to Daggerheart a lot. It's not the only one. It's not the only system that I'm wanting to move to, but Daggerheart is a huge one that I'm wanting to move to, which is part of the reason why I invested in a print copy of the game. Only 10 feet, never 39.5 feet? Yeah, unfortunately you have to see that particular trap coming. Nom nom. Only rogues could detect traps in older editions. Yes, also true. Only rogues had the ability to detect traps back in the day. Also, I would like to point out that the detect traps spell, rules as written, is next to useless. Because it just tells you if there are traps, yes or no. It doesn't tell you where they're located. It doesn't even tell you if they're armed. It just tells you if there are traps within your radius. It doesn't even give you a radar ping of what direction they are from you. It just says, are there traps? And this is why I don't like rules as written. For many, many reasons. In the earliest days of the game, it wasn't about portraying a character so much as it was a series of puzzles which threatened your character. Yes. But bear in mind that D&D was supposed to be a battle strategy supplement. Only fighters could bend bars and open doors, yeah. This is why you needed a balanced party. This is why you needed like one of every class, because it helped take care of all the puzzles that you might run into. If the answer is no, there are no traps, that's a lot of time you save looking for traps that aren't there. That's true. That's very true. You can know definitively, do we need to look for traps or not? But that's like the only use that it has. Which, when it's not a cantrip, when it's a leveled spell that uses one of your spell slots, that feels like a lot to me. Feels like a lot. Alrighty. I got 13 minutes on this Pomodoro here. Let's see if there's anything else that I can get in here. Alright. What do I want to get out of it? Why am I writing this? Why am I writing this world building project? I want to create a game experience that includes player agency and empowerment with a backdrop of sweeping landscapes interesting societies and a reason to tread carefully through the wild spaces. You know what does a great job of that? Giving people a reason to fear the wilds? Dune. Dune does that really well. Why is it that there are these small pockets of civilization? There's a lot of reasons. But there are dense populations of people in the setting of Arrakis. Because resources are limited. And there's dangerous shit out there. And you don't want to just go out there unprepared. That's something that I feel like I did not do well with in my most recent foray into playing this game, is that there was not enough danger that was illustrated through gameplay. It was talked about at the beginning, but it was not illustrated through gameplay. And part of that came from needing to sort of rush into the quests that were built, because I was trying to get through quests in 4 hours. And if you're gonna just sit down for 4 hours per month to play a game, it's really tough to illustrate danger in travel. Ignore this as my Pathfinder is brilliant. Detect magic in Pathfinder levels up as you do. At level 1, it only tells you there is magic in the area. Later on, it tells you the level of the spell. Later than that, it will tell you where it is. There's so many things that you can do with that. So many things that you can do with that, which I love. There are a wide variety of things that I would want to homebrew the mechanics of rules as written stuff, and detect magic, detect traps are both components of that. That I think that there's a lot of things that you can do to make the tool more interesting. I want to create, that's all. I mean, it's definitely a good component of it, for sure. In really early editions of D&D, rogues didn't exist and arguably shouldn't exist, because the game was about you can outsmart traps and the thief just plain got a roll for it. Which, by the way, if anyone's not aware of John Peterson's work, he's an author and historian of D&D's history, and one of his books, The Elusive Shift, is a fascinating look at how people played the game over time, even if that's not what it set out to be at first. That's awesome! Delport, if you have a link to that, I'd love to check it out later if you want to drop it into Take My Word or Dice Dragons in the Discord. Yes, Worm Sign. My dream, to play the first Dune RPG. There were only ever 1,000 copies ever made. Is there a place that you can get a copy of it? It's gotta be out there somewhere. Worst rules is written. Devil Sight. It can be stopped by any source of light. Like, a candle will stop Devil Sight? That's wild. I feel like I saw a copy of that game. Are we talking about Adventures in the Imperium? Are we talking about something else? Oh my god, the kerning on this website is awful. This is a 2D20 system. But this one's available by PDF. So I guess which Dune game are you talking about? This one looks fairly new. Yeah, I can't tell. It was a Dune RPG that they wrote and published to keep the rights. Sold at a convention. I don't know which one that is, so if you can figure out which title it is, I'd love to know. Alright, what is the hook or unique selling point of your world? What makes it different? This is the core of your idea, the hook that draws you, and hopefully your players and readers into the world. When we say unique, we really mean special to you. As long as you're excited about the concept, that's enough. Don't feel like you have to reinvent the wheel and come up with something 100% original. Example, instead of standard medieval fantasy, my world has newly discovered magic-powered airships. Exploration is now possible in a whole new way, and massive swaths of undiscovered territory cry out to be explored. I'm not sure. Like, there's a lot of things that I think might fit into this category, but I'm honestly not sure what serves as a hook for my world. I don't know how many of my Duskfen players are in chat right now that might be able to shed some light on this for me, but because part of it is just the sheer fact that, you know, there's magic and there's space, right? One of the things that I think a lot of us don't experience these days is that there's space in the world. There's stuff yet to be discovered. We tend to think that we know a lot about what's on our planet and that there isn't anywhere undiscovered. And one of the intentional things of my world design is that there's a lot of stuff that's undiscovered in one way or another. Somebody was describing Forgotten Realms as ruins on ruins on ruins. And while I don't necessarily think of my world as just a pile of ruins from ancient civilizations, because I don't think that the world is that old. Or at least, you know, the populated world. I do want there to be some ruins to explore, because that's one of the fun things about games like this, about fantasy TTRPGs, is that you can find stuff from previous areas, previous settlements or previous cultures. But I also like the idea of there being places in the world that are generally unexplored. So, let's see. I think that describes that pretty well. Vast areas of the world are unknown and unexplored in the current age, leading to rediscovery of ancient places and space to record and make a name for oneself. I think that's pretty accurate. At least for what I'm aiming towards. I don't know how well that is displayed, but I think that's not too bad. I do like the idea of a world where magic is uncommon. I like subtle magic worlds, like Witcher, for example, or Thief, or Dishonored, or any of those things where it's not commonplace to see magic all over the place. And like Lord of the Rings is kind of that way, but the difference between Lord of the Rings and the general D&D settings is that you have beings that bear magic in Lord of the Rings, whereas there is not anybody really that like went and learned to do magic from a textbook, right? Wizards are inspired by wizards like Gandalf. But Gandalf, while he did study a great deal to amass knowledge, is magical because he is a magical being, not because of his studies. And I like to see worlds that explain magical studies as strange and foreign to the common citizens of the world, but that it is accessible to anyone in the world if they have the opportunity to learn it. More along the lines of like Wizard's First Rule or Aragon, where there are ways to access magic even if it's not something that you grew up around. It's just more interesting to me that exists. Also, it's a great way to provide a clear and concise uniqueness about adventurers that pick up magic. Because in a world where magic is uncommon, even if you have someone who is a half-caster, like a paladin, or to a certain extent bards, or like rangers, then the things that they are capable of doing are going to stand out in the most mundane of circumstances. Like, I love Rangers as a class concept because it gives a lot of that kind of Witcher-style flavor where the magic that's being cast is in addition to an already existing prowess with melee or ranged martial skills, rather than just an overbearing personality trait. Delport says, my favorite kind of magic is the kind that not only comes from study, but is study. Wizard Zorander uses this kind of magic by reading clouds when there was no spell, just an understanding of how things work. Gandalf did this a lot. Yes! Being able to have extreme knowledge because of your ability to see the patterns of the world, ergo magic, is very compelling, for sure. Goes back to the use of wizard to mean wise person when wise meant learned. Yes, absolutely. But when you are also dealing with a setting or a mechanics system that does more than just, wisdom of the world, where does that crack open into magic? Right? But I do like that combination of wisdom with wizard. Although D&D leans away from it, because wizard spells are intelligence based, not wisdom based. So that's a fun little chaos there. But there's lots of ways that you can move that, too. Does your world call any wise and learned caster a wizard? Or does it only call those who are book learned a wizard? Right? Would a druid be a wizard? In your world? Would it have the title of wizard? Even if it was someone with the druid class rather than a wizard class. Hard to do in conventional dice games. It's a narrative style. I think it can be done in games like Fate or Powered by the Apocalypse if the table wants. Surprisingly easy to do in Draw Steel despite not being called out as such. Draw Steel is one that I would love to get a copy of the rules so that I can muck about with it. I might have access to one kicking around. But with everything that's happened lately, I haven't been able to just sit down with my books and read through rule sets lately, because I've been, packing dozens upon dozens of boxes that got packed very poorly and partially destroyed. So it's been a wild time. And that's part of the reason that I'm actually doing this now, because I had to eventually just admit to myself that I needed to take a step back and prioritize rewriting the world setting. But it makes it a great time to not only change streams of consciousness when it comes to the world, but also change the horses and the main home mechanic of the world as well. I still want to make this a multiverse setting that can lean into the use of a wide variety of TTRPGs, not only Daggerheart or 5e, but also things like Candela or Blades in the Dark, or, Good Society players or Thirsty Sword lesbians or whatever it's going to be. I like being able to demonstrate the world through a lot of different mechanics. And so I want to be able to tack on modules, essentially, that will allow for translation into any of those rule systems as the fancy strikes me. But I think for right now, I've been fighting an oncoming headache for over an hour now, and it is not getting any better. So I think I am going to have to call it here for today. I am going to be working on this more tomorrow, and I'll also be working on it during the Pomodoro session tomorrow evening. Vex, our usual host of Solidarity Sprints, is out this week, so I'm going to be filling in, and we'll be doing a Solidarity Sprints style Pomodoro session tomorrow evening. For that. Yes! Also, hi Prism, I saw you out there lurking in the chat. But we got a lot going on. We got Jackbox tonight at 8 o'clock Central Time. We've got more stream tomorrow in some kind of gaming. I don't know what it's going to be because I don't know necessarily what A, I'm going to be in the mood for, or what B, this 5-year-old laptop is going to be willing to put up with. So, should be a good time. We did have a good Pathfinder conversation. Actually, Leaked Prism, you and I should sit down at some point and talk Pathfinder, because I might actually dip into Pathfinder coming up here soon. I'm not even crying! I'm not even crying, nerd boy! Why cry train if no crying? Why are y'all like this? ¿Por qué? You absolute ridiculous beans. But it's for the crying. Y'all are silly. No, I would not say you're being chaotic. They're trying to make you cry. Listen. It would not be for a happy reason. Chaotic cry, let's go. Oh my gosh. My goodness. Y'all. Alright. I'm gonna have a look around here. See if I can see anybody. You've had 2 chaotic cries this week? I had 2 chaotic cries last night, but that's for a whole other reason. Did you type it out or did you copy paste it? If you're gonna claim to be good. I like that Knob Knob had the same question. You are in my brain. It's true. That's just facts. That's just actual facts. I can hear their keyboard. They did in fact type it. Yes, I do know that Nerd Boy has quite the words per minute. Let me out! Amazing. Oh, come on, mods. What do you think happened, Nerd Boy? Did you really think that Twitch was just gonna let that slide? Did you really think that Twitch was just gonna let you say that? Goober. Well, thanks for hanging out with me today, y'all. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate talking through all of this stuff with you guys. This is gonna be a long process. Not the least of which being because I need to get over my trauma. But it's gonna be a long process. Going to see the new Dino movie tonight? What Dino movie is out right now? I was like, they're remaking The Land Before Time? What? No. Doubtful. Doubtful. All of the consensual hugs to me? Why am I getting hugs? Oh, another Jurassic World movie. Okay. That makes sense. That's a franchise that they're actively rebooting right now. That makes much more sense. Silliness. Because I was talking about overcoming trauma? Oh. Yeah, that's a thing. I forget that that's not normal for people. I'm just there for the smexy glasses on Jonathan Bailey. Knob knob. It's a look. It's a look. I mean, it's normal for me. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. All right, y'all. Wait, overcoming trauma isn't normal? Yeah, some people don't even have trauma. Though, we should normalize overcoming trauma when you have it. Don't just ignore your trauma, everybody. It's a bad choice. That's a bad choice. I lie? Yes. Notorious liar. Me. Absolutely. I am the worst liar. I lie like a rug. Everyone knows. I do all the gaslighting, too. How do you relate to people who have not had trauma? It's called trauma bonding for a reason. Trauma bonding is not healthy. Did you know? Did you know? Convention trauma? Or conventional trauma? Alright. Well, what's everybody gonna do after stream? When I release you all out into the wild, aside from the fact that you're gonna go hang out when we go raid. What's everybody got planned after stream? What you doing? Gonna play some Animal Crossing? Nice. I actually wanted to play Animal Crossing the other day, but I don't know where my Switch is. I know that I brought it to the new place, but I can't figure out where I put it. Very frustrated. Ooh, Costco run. Costco sounds amazing. Sending Journey secret messages about Draw Steel. Amazing. Amazing. Eat. More homework. Eat again. Movie. Talk with friend about smexing Jay Bailey. Nice. It's important. Is your Switch on the wall? No. I live in a basement. Switches are on the ceiling. But not my gaming Switch. Leaked Prism's gonna play some Dune Awakening. Nice. I am jealous. I caught some Co-Carnage videos about Dune Awakening recently, and it made me even more jealous because I don't have a copy of Dune Awakening to play. Must cook the dinner after stream. Nice. Very nice. Hopefully we'll get to see some photos of the dinner. Always a good time. Ah, man. I'm probably going to be spending some more time writing after I have some dark room time and walk the dog again. Because Doggo is definitely ready to go outside again. Because that's important. I've only been eaten by the worm 5 times. Honestly, Prism, with as much as you seem to be playing, that's pretty good. I feel like that's a pretty good, like, level of getting eaten by the worm. You know what I mean? Like, that's not nearly as much as it could be. You shared pictures of dinners you recently made. Amazing. I love seeing it every time. I love seeing the food pictures. It's one of my favorite things. Absolutely one of my favorite things. I've only played 92 hours. Okay. That's still 1 death per 10 hours. So, given the hostility of Dune, that kind of makes sense to me. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna go have a rest. Try to kick this headache. Probably take the dog out, because it seems to be time. And I will catch you all at Jackbox later this evening. So we're gonna raid on out. Share some love out there in the wide world of Twitch. And I should see you tomorrow for some more co-working and some gaming. I think we might play some Core Keeper tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure, but I think we might play some Core Keeper tomorrow, because I think that will run alright with all the things. So, with that being said, having said that, and done all those things, my friends, thank you so much for being here. Thank you again to World Anvil for the sponsorship. Thank you to... who we got? Vampire Bites and Miss Sugar Crush for the resubs today. All of your support makes a big difference. I appreciate each and every one of you for all of your support. And I cannot thank you all enough for being here, for making it possible for me to continue to be here, and for all of the many months and years of time in this community. You guys are amazing. So, as always, my name is Churney. These have been my adventures. I hope each and every one of you keeps adventuring as well. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will catch you next time right here in Mountain Shade Village.